Me Monday time, Chris HOOO.
You know, I always forget about me Monday. And then you guys remind me every single week. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream today. Welcome to Weiner time. I don't know what else to call today other than Weiner time. Mecca, thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Hello, everybody. I hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend. That's a cute chat. Why is there still Christmas emotes? Is this from 7TV? The Christmas is throwing me off. It's the end of January. The first stream that you caught. Well, welcome to the stream. Hi. Happy to have you. Welcome, welcome, friend. How could I forget Meme Monday? I know. I'm so sorry. I'm a bad person. Can't believe I would forget Meme Monday. Dude, if Christmas never goes away, I might cry. I need Christmas to go away. I really do. I would like to begin by saying that I finished Arcane. I'm actually caught up on like something current for once in my life. I know it's fucking crazy, but I finished Arcane. I finished it. Well, season 2, what's out? And you can probably guess. I'm so predictable, man. Wow! Yeah, Dom? What are you gonna say? Dom's like, yep. He just... Yeah? Which character do I like? Of course I like Victor. But there's more! He doesn't even know me. But yes, Victor is the best. I just giggle every time he's on screen a little bit. I just giggle. How did Dom react to last week's street meme? He never saw it. And I think it should stay that way. Yeah, even he agrees. He's like, yep. He's staying far away from it. He has no idea. You think season 2 was rushed? I didn't get a rushed vibe. To me, it felt the same pacing as the first season, but I don't know. There was a couple times in season 2 I was lost a little bit. I was confused on what was happening. I felt kind of dumb. I was like, I didn't quite comprehend what I was supposed to be looking at a couple times. The best Ace Attorney Investigations 2 characters so far? I literally only just met like 6 new characters. Like I just met them. It's hard to answer those questions when I just met a character. I mean, the best vibes go to Mr. Eddie Fender, I guess. Oh, Shelly the Killer, of course. I thought we were talking about this case, though. But yeah, I guess your question was not specified. I thought we were talking about case 2, but yeah, Shelly the Killer. We love Shelly the Killer. I hope he comes back. I'll cry if he doesn't. Everyone always wants immediate reviews, I know.
Morning.
And I get exhausted every time. I'm like, how can I process information? I barely have enough information to process. Captain Wesker, thank you so much for the 17 months. I appreciate it. Which character from Arcane do you despise? Oh God. I feel like everyone is so like well written in that show. I don't know if I dislike anybody. I don't think there's like a weak character. Yeah, I don't think there's any character that I hate in Arcane, honestly. None like, there's none that like pop in my mind, at least. Oh my God, is that even a question? Who's hotter, Shelly or Simon? Nobody could beat Simon Blackwell, are you kidding me? That man is peak. Also, Shelly the Killer isn't even hot. I just absolutely love his actions. They are, like, hella entertaining. Oh my gosh. He's such a compelling character, that's why we like him. Not because he's hot, holy shit, no. He's just, yeah, he's extremely cool. He's an extremely cool, I don't even know if you call him a villain. I guess he murders people, so that's bad, right? But like, come on, the guy got a code. It's cool. He's just so captivating. I love him for that. Yeah, Eddie does have good vibes. I absolutely, right now I do love Eddie a lot. I hope he turns around because he clearly has a grudge against Edgeworth right now. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. But like, I hope he turns around because that would be beautiful. Tree Man was my favorite. Ban that guy. I guess he murders people, so that's bad, right? You got a problem with something I said, Tion? Did something not come across? I don't know. I think what I said was perfectly fine. The killer is slaying. Quite literally. No boss. Okay, I'm glad we got that covered, Tion. Glad we got it covered. Murder is cool as long as you have a code. Yeah, clearly. Yeah. You know what? I think it gets a pass. Truly. Okay, think of it this way. What's that saying about, like... I didn't... Like, he didn't... I don't know what that saying is. He's just doing what people tell him, so, like... He may have pulled the trigger, but somebody else handed him the gun. You know? I'm saying figuratively. He doesn't use guns, but I'm just saying figuratively. There's a quote for that. I forget what it is, but he's just doing what other people tell him to do. So like, I don't know what it's called, but yeah. Want to know something neat? The Ace Attorney 6 highlights video is currently halfway through rendering. That means it's coming out this weekend, ayo. Saturday, you guys get the Spirit of Justice. I'm actually so excited. I cannot wait until Alan sends me the video for review. I wanna watch it. I'm so excited to watch that one. Alan has been working so hard, dude. Alan works his ass off. Technically, so do all my editors. Dude, Pinoy is absolutely working his ass off now. Right now. That Majima video, the event that I was invited to in LA for the Pirate Majima game, Pinoy had to edit that, and he had 24 hours. Okay, he had a little bit more time than 24 hours, but like, broski worked so fucking hard to get that turnaround time that fast. Yeah, dude, Pinoy busted his ass. We had a deadline. The sponsor gave us, like, not a long time. And it was very not nice, actually. But we got it done in time. He should be paid. I don't pay my editors. That's just stupid. Who does that? Will I do a part 2 hot take video? Oh, we could talk about that for a little bit. I hope you guys enjoyed the hot take video because I truthfully would love to do more videos like this. I feel like I level up a little bit whenever I do videos like that. I really like it. I'm a little bit scared whenever I put out like a video like that, a hot take video, like a Twitter-based discussion type of video where you guys like reply to my tweet or whatever you call blue sky tweets. And then I just like respond and like start a conversation about it. I get very nervous about it. I'm like a little girl. I'm like, oh my god, I hope people don't hate me whenever I put out my opinions on the internet. Because people always will. But like, I feel like it helps me grow. It pushes myself to like get out of my comfort zone. Oh, you guys have no idea. I finished editing. Actually, let me go to my folder right now. I edited shorts for the majority of the weekend. I have 16 more shorts, so I did 17 so far. I still have like 5 more left to do. I did other stuff this weekend, but I have 17 shorts so far of Hulkenberg bullshit. It's great. I'm so excited. I'm almost done editing them. I'm hoping in the next couple days I can finish. Just wait till you see the cringe, man. Just wait till you see the cringe. It's great. Streams don't lend themselves to this kind of discussion like in the videos, and more vids or even podcasts like that can work. Yes, yes. It's honestly really nice for me, and it's also like a low scale editing. Like it takes a lot of time for me to put that together still, but I at least don't need to go crazy with editing as well. So it's easy for me to at least produce besides the time put into it. But I'm really glad. It seems like the reception was really good with the hot takes video. I will do more, not just like hot takes, but like just any sort of discussion. I did 2 of them before, and I would like to keep doing them as well. It's just hard to come up with a topic. Like, heck, I would do one right now. I just don't know what to discuss. It needs to be like a really good discussion. So it's hard to come up with a good topic to tweet about that would get people wanting to join in a large scale conversation. Obviously centered in gaming. I like listening to others' thoughts. Yeah, it's fun for me too, because it makes me feel more connected to my community, to you guys. So whenever I put out a tweet and you guys reply to it, it gets me, because like I read your comments here, but I don't get to read all of them all the time. So I do miss a lot of conversation. So it feels really grounding for me to like hear your guys' opinions on things, especially ones that counter my own, because I know that I feel like the majority of my opinions I put out there are very minority. I don't feel like I find myself more often not with the crowd than with the crowd, which can be bad, but I'm not going to change how I think. I don't like that, but I do like reading when people like oppose the things that I say, but like in a nice way, like in a way that creates a discussion rather than an attack, you know? And I feel like the comments were pretty good on the hot take video. The comments were pretty good. I don't think anybody was like attacking. Like, it seemed, everything I saw was like really nice discussion-based stuff. It was good. You guys did good if you commented on the video. Maybe a Yakuza one? I could put out a Yakuza one for Pirate Majima coming out. Yeah, but it would, I guess it could just be Yakuza hot takes. Give me, we could do that, just like anything from the franchise. I'm a JRPG expert. I don't know if I would call myself a JRPG expert now. I don't know about that, but you know. I have niche opinions, but a lot of your takes are pretty widespread. Well, I'm glad to hear. I feel like my perception is fucked. This is why discussion is good. I know Persona discourse attracts every kind of yapper. Yeah, the past 2 videos I did were based on Persona stuff. There was one video I did that was like, should adults be in Persona? And I forget what the other one was, but it was also Persona based. Persona gets people yapping, man. Oh god, a Final Fantasy hot take video is I would get canceled. I have so many takes with Final Fantasy. I think subscribing on Twitch is so cool. Tion, that is not a hot take.
Look, Luke.
Oh wait, that's not a hot take. Everyone agrees. Wow, use your Prime sub today. Thanks, Tion. Wow, that's so cool of you to do that. Decaying Reaver, thank you so much for the 39-month resub. I really appreciate it. Yes, understanding the reasoning behind some opinions really does make for some nuance. Yes, because I feel like especially in Twitch chat culture, a lot of people throw out like just opinions, but like you can't put out an essay really in the Twitch chat to really like back up the things that you say. So whenever it's like based on Twitter replies and you can at least put more thought into what you say, it creates more of a discussion that can be more nuanced and nice. I really like that format. Want to hear a hot take? Tion should come over to YouTube and say hi to me because I can't open Twitch while rendering. Alan has spoken, Tion! Your Final Fantasy X takes would threaten your channel. Yes, they definitely would. I don't know of many other people that dislike 10. Like, I don't hate it. Final Fantasy X is like... It's like a 7 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10. Like, that's still a high rating, but it's just not for me.
Tip $9.99. I think Ace Attorney is an awful series and nobody should play it.
I agree. I think we should cancel this Ace Attorney stream. We should just stop playing Investigations 2 and we should just play Kingdom Hearts. You are so right. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Can I ban this guy? No, we keep him. Hot take, I enjoy the P5 anime a lot. Whoa, spicy. That's a spicy meatball. Damn. But yeah, I think I should put out... another hot take video. Also because I have like an empty week of February that I don't have a video scheduled right now and it's stressing me out and I'm trying to fill it with a video. So yeah. I should put out another hot take video. I just don't know what. We could just do general Yakuza hot takes. Final Fantasy XIV hot takes. Ooh, I am in the Final Fantasy XIV community still.
1 year. Thank you for being amazing and awesome and all the
I'm
great
scared of that one.
To many more months. Nixie and Nixie.
I'm scared of that one. You want to know why I'm scared of Final Fantasy XIV hot takes in particular? I'll tell you. Let me just tell you my honest opinion. Mookle, thank you for the 12 months. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. I'm trying to find another word to describe the Final Fantasy XIV community. Especially based on, like, recent discussions on Twitter. It's like, I feel like I lose brain cells anytime FF14 stuff comes up. Because it doesn't feel like anybody in the community anymore can discuss things. Like, if you disagree with someone, insane, intense, no. I was gonna say snowflake. I was trying to find a better word than snowflake, because I feel like the Final Fantasy XIV community has been so snowflakey. I don't know how to describe that in a better way, I'm sorry. It's like, someone says one super small bad thing about 14, and you just get ripped on instead of having a discussion. Like, it's just asinine. Like, it's insane. Recent discussion, I say recent discussion, but it's been like the past year, honestly. It's been a very long time. I don't feel like I just don't feel like I can talk in the 14 community. You can't say anything negative because people just don't know how to make a discussion. Everything is just so ew. I don't know, I just don't know how to describe it, so I kind of want to stay away from Final Fantasy XIV hot takes. As much as I would love to have like a healthy discussion about it, the community I don't feel like would actually take it well. It's grown too big in my opinion. I think so too. A little bit, I don't know. It's just not a fun place to be. I no longer like discussing FF14 with people. It's just not, I just don't find it fruitful anymore. Like, I truthfully do not mind if someone disagrees with me on stuff, but sometimes it's like I'm talking to a wall, and it's really annoying. Isn't Snowflake about wanting to be individuals? I thought Snowflake meant, like, whenever I use the term, it's like people are overly sensitive.
Pikes Peak Audio tipped $5.
That's what I mean by it.
Here's an idea: ranking characters, not
like they get
necessarily
super defensive and overly
series-specific,
sensitive
by how
about
easy
something.
they are to cosplay.
Pikes, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. It's an unhealthy community. I just feel like that's the recent times, because it wasn't always like that. I think Dawn Trail really skewed a lot of the people in a weird direction. Because, yeah, I feel like I can't even say Dawn Trail is shit, because people will just jump down your throat. It's... Fragile is the definition I'd use. Fragile? Yeah. Okay, yeah, fragile. Let's use that. So yeah, I don't know. I would love to do an FF14 like hot take video. Maybe I should just do it and like fuck the community. Like, I just want to create some sort of healthy discussion. I would love to, because like genuinely, FF14 is a game that means a lot to me. I mean, obviously I wouldn't continue running this convention that I do if it didn't mean a lot to me. Like, it's my way of giving back to the community. But like, it's a little intimidating nowadays, I'm not gonna lie. It's as if you personally insulted them. Yeah. It's really gone like hostile. Do it, call them out. I don't want to be that person, man. I don't want to be that person. Collab Persona 5 hot takes with JC Backfire. I've thought about collab hot takes, but not just with one person, with several people, because I'm friends with a lot of people in these communities, like content creators nowadays, so it's like I could just grab a whole bunch of people and just have them tell me their hot takes on different stuff. I think it would bring a new slice of cheese to the table. Cheese. You know what they say, whenever you are able to talk about something critically, you talk about something critically because you truthfully love it. That's where it comes from. 3-hour yapping about a catchy. I would get a few people. You guys know how I want to do that video where we just like yap about how much we love Miles Edgeworth type of podcast with Nico, Penny, maybe James, like everyone in my current circle of our Discord friends that we pulled in, Emily and Cravat. We should do that with a catchy too. So I should just pull in a bunch of catchy content creator lovers and just we all just sit in a room and we just all express our love for characters and we just yap. We just yap. We gotta do hot takes on Crystal. I'll take it. Hot takes. Crystal is actually what can I give? Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that to myself. Cause my perspective of myself is very negative. Maybe you guys can give me your hot takes. I just can't do it to myself. Kirkus Alba Lovers Podcast. Oh yeah, we should do that. Yeah. Especially because I think, who was it? I think it was Penny or Emily that said that they were finishing Investigations 1. I think it was Emily. I think so. Crystal could do better with her eyeliner. Oh yeah. My eyeliner game is so weak. I'll take that. Despite all the jokes, Crystal's forehead isn't that big. I feel like my forehead is average size. I feel like it's average.
Hello, streamer. I see you have chosen to voice your opinion on a game that I have made my entire personality.
No!
As the main character of the universe, I require a written apology and will be making a 5-hour teardown video at your expense.
Oh, thanks for the 100. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I have a video idea. I rate your husbandos and waifus and favorite characters. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, Alan. Alan has become my producer for my YouTube channel, coming out with my video ideas for me. I rate your husbandos and waifus purely based off of looks too. Because I won't be able to know your character's personality if I don't know your game, so it's just purely based off of looks. Radiant Echo, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Rate the community picks. Okay, I actually like that. Maybe instead of my next video being a hot take video, maybe I put that up in the Discord. How will we do that? I guess it could be anywhere. I'll post it on like a YouTube community. I'll post the same thing on like Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, and you guys can reply to whichever you want. It's gonna be a lot for me to like compile all of that, but I'll do it. Genshin fans are not gonna like that one, Chief. It's okay, I could take it. They'll love me again if I ever start playing Genshin. I'll win them over as soon as I start playing the game, I'm sure. They'll turn around real fast. Shelly to Killer dating sim. Why do we have a Kirkus Alba one when we could have Shelly to Killer? Yeah, and you can only submit one character. Yeah, yeah. True. Okay, okay. I'll write it in my my checklist here. It's funny, I still use this notebook. This is like my SMT5 notebook. I still use it. This is from the original release of SMT5, not Vengeance. It's my checklist notebook. Okay, so start Waifu Wars. I'm just gonna put that. Old Man Yaoi? Oh, fuck that, no. No, I'm not into that. So, I'm just gonna write... Okay. Got it. And closed. Command your mods in the basement to compile it? No, they've got a lot of work already. I've been overworking all my editors. For some context, I usually give Pinoy about like one video per month-ish. Usually once every month or every 2 months, and I've been giving him 3 videos per month the past 2 months. I'm overworking everybody. Tion, I gave Tion like 2 extra videos in the past couple months. Alan's the same, I'm pretty sure. But everybody, no, Alan's been, because like the videos have been longer. So like Alan's been putting out the same rate of videos as before, but they are longer, which means more work. He gets the really long ones, so yeah. All of my editors have been working hard. Oh yeah, on top of that, Tion is now our new shorts editor. So now he's doing that on top of the Reddit series, and then I still gave him the Kingdom Hearts video. Yeah, we're putting out content this year, and then so I will do all the extra like hot take videos. I'll take care of this video. Everybody's working hard. Tion's making shorts too. Tion's making shorts too. Crazy. Yeah, you, Kingdom Hearts fucks. I'm the one editing my Kingdom Hearts video, yeah. Tion is! Kingdom Hearts 1.5 at least. I'll probably see who's more free after Kingdom Hearts 1.5. I think the next one might go to Pinoy. But yeah, everyone's working really, really hard. Including, like, literally everybody across the board. Is Alan the fret guy? I love that. Yes. Alan, I bet Alan is so happy reading that. He just wants to be known as the fret guy. Now that I'm on investigations, I'll have time when I catch up to the streams. Oh shit. Current. Being current, I think, helps a lot with editing. All right, hold up. I'm getting the Discord up so that we can start doing stream memes real quick. Who's gonna edit the Elden Ring videos? Huh. Well, Tion called dibs. But Alan called dibs on... What's that game called? Starts with an S? Sekiro.
Pikes Peak Audio tipped $5. Video idea, unban requests, or horror stories from your mods about your chat.
Unban requests. I don't get too many, so I'm not a big enough streamer for that. Horror stories from your mods about chat. Oh god. We have a few of those, but a lot of them I wouldn't want to bring to light because they're borderline dangerous. Like, some things are better left not giving attention to, because it can invite more people to do the thing. So yeah. I don't think that's good. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Oh. Yeah. Alright, where's Discord here? Discord! We probably have some you don't even know. Oh, I'm sure you guys actually have a lot that I don't know about. And I think it's better if it stays that way. Sometimes ignorance is bliss when it comes to, yeah, things I don't want to see because people are gross on the internet. I'd rather not. Yeah, we don't get unban requests. I think the mods go through like maybe, what, 1 or 2 unban requests per month? If that? I don't even think if that. Maybe 1 a month. Crystal, I have come from the future. If you don't answer this, the timeline is doomed as we know it. Who's hotter, Kirkasalva or Aristotle means? I am not going to answer your question. Fuck the world. The world is doomed. It can blow up for all I care before I answer that question. I'm sorry. Your future is doomed. The world is ending and it is my fault and I don't feel bad about it at all. Anyway, so stream me Monday! The world can't end before you play Elden Ring. I will play Elden Ring, don't worry. Don't you worry. Alright, so we left off at Dom and Goofy. Oh god. Another template. And then we got the, oh god, yes, Miles Edgeworth. He knows very little about ice cream. Oh, I forgot about that! Yes, that happened last week, didn't it? My life is over. Looking for a cook and nanny, and if I cannot find it, I will create it. That's good. I won't rest until every Wang and Daddy has been inspected. Excuse me, Dynasty. You said this? Okay. I has the power of anime, friendship, and Disney on my side. Keyblade. Yep, that's me. The polar bear! Oh no, wait. I didn't look at the bottom with Teddy. Okay. Thanks, I hate it. I know this meme is kind of late. It's not late. That just happened last week, didn't it? Oh boy. I hate that. That's pretty good, actually. I'm Kay Faraday, everybody. I even pinned that message. Wait, I missed the pin? The streamer, the dates, the killer. I hate you. So that's my boyfriend, and I love him. No, he's mine. What the hell? But yes, I do love Shelly the Killer. Dude, this photo goes so fucking hard. This goes so hard. Shelly the Killer is so cool. Mrs. Doubtfire for stall inspecting every cock and nanny. I hate this. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. Just wow. I hate it. I'm so excited to play Kingdom Hearts, y'all. Disney music, Twitch third-party DCA. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. UMG, Universal Music Group. Oh, yeah. So, my Twitch is fucked. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts has actually destroyed my Twitch channel. They now unpublish all of my videos whenever I go live because of too many muting, too many VODs getting muted. They do that by like default to protect your channel from DMCA but yeah, we're fucked. A person who about to run tyranny.
My name is Lewis. Now let us speak of the old vulture's last grasp of power. Power!
I love Stuart Clark. I love him so much. If I could get Stuart Clark on my stream, even for like 5 minutes, I would be so fucking happy. Oh, Jesus. Gotta manually press publish every time. Yep, that's the state we're in right now. What did Stroll mean by this? It was a parody that Stuart Clark did on his Twitter recently where he called it, these were the takes that I had from auditioning for every character in Metaphor, and I believe that was his Luis impression, and it's funny as hell. Crystal, anyone playing Ace Attorney series, nobody look at me, I'm an idiot. I'm the smartest person alive. Nope, I'm dumb as fuck. I'm a beacon of knowledge! Why do these actually work so well, these images? Unreleased hot take. Okay, okay. This is a very hot take. Nothing can top Black Will top Diego. I mean, anyway. I like have to watch that again. Okay, okay. This is a very hot take. Nothing can top Black Will top Diego. I mean, anyway.
Happy Meme Monday.
That's some okay. John Brown Lee, thank you for the 9 months. I don't even think Simon and Godot have an opportunity to even know each other. Godot dies before Simon Blackwell is even a thing. What? In hell? Yeah, whenever they eventually both die, but Simon's very much alive right now. Okay, it's heavily implied that Godot is dead. He's definitely dead. I'm calling it. Alright, last meme. Before Cyber Manhunt 2 New World stream, click the link in chat. I know nothing about this game, but it sounds fun. Oh, we hunt man? Can we go Simon hunting? Puzzle game, yippee. Oh, I actually did finish Cyber Manhunt 2 over the weekend. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I finished it. And that game is a trip fest. During the stream, I'm actually bitching. OMG, that's shitload of tea. That bitch, that son of a bitch. Poor BB, he's just a little guy. Little sis did nothing wrong. Wait, what the fuck? She actually did murder. You sus, me sus, everyone sus. Dude, Cyber Manhunt 2, that was a game, man. That was a game. All right. Now let's play some Ace Attorney Investigations 2, shall we? Are you guys ready? It's Weiner time, my favorite day of the week. It's Weiner time, baby. All right, so we left off in the middle of case 2. Oh no. Oh no, I have to restart my game. Please excuse me as I restart my game, because my controller is doing the double clicky thing, which is really annoying. Weiner Wednesday on a Monday? We'll have Weiner Wednesday on Wednesday, because I'll be playing Investigations 2 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the next couple weeks until we finish these games. Okay, it is fixed. All right. So, the Berry Big Circus. I literally want to die. March 28th, 3:02 p.m. in the detention center. You withheld information from me. Why? Yeah, I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean, yes, but no! I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. He's dead. Oh my god, Miles Monday, Weiner Wednesday, and Faraday Friday. That's cool. I didn't plan that. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious, me being a performer in the circus show, and me being friends with Bronco, and I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent, not even you, Kay. I thought I made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? Damn. You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So what do you do at the circus, Simon? I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! Did you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears, oh my. Of course they made that reference. I work with this little guy, this fucker. Oh my god. Looks pretty tame to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of the old-timey organ grinders? What? An organ grinder? Not now, money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. Really? Really? Oh my god. Ratatouille. Monkey Tooie. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. How does the monkey react to my prosecutor badge? What? No, I can't. I couldn't. There's no way I could be a prosecutor. Take that thing away from me, please. Oh my god, the way the monkey, like, actually mimics everything he does. I need to review all of my evidence. We have so much of it. Oh god. I need to review this case a little bit. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you could call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. And she's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So, this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. I did have a bit part this time? Big part? Only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him to the chess set. Yes, in that same evening I started to work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard, I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. Okay. They let us use one in the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 AM. And then we performed until 10? So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Lil Weiner, yes, Lil Weiner wouldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. Can we just keep roasting Eustace Weiner? I would love to. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hoped that no one would stop me. But you'd just seen him earlier that day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, but both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child, I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any of the guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. Oh, no, I messed up so bad, didn't I? He was dragging the corpse in the box, probably. So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together? At least I imagine that would be Weiner and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Plus, I heard she's supposed to be around today too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simon. We're here for you. If there's anything else that we could do, just say the word. I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney. That's what. Bravo, big guy! Can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. Aww. Stop. I did. Oh. Oh. That's so sweet. Oh. From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Oh. That's why he's actually friends with Larry. He's always been Gregory's son. He's always just been friends with Larry. Oh. Simon, Bucko. This guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. That's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, huh? Bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief scallion for the Dread Pirate K. Yar har, me hearties! We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth! Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of... Say it out loud, you coward! Say it out loud, you coward! You're a nerd, Edgeworth! Let it out! Let's set sail for the prison yard, but no sea shanties on the way, please. Coward. Look, the shutter's open! That's the way out of the yard to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look! Come on! What are you waiting for? Someone's excited. Oh. Oh. This is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival! Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around. Okay? Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Just move, Kay. I'm just gonna let this happen. Why is there a fish skeleton bone right there? I don't understand. Concussion, 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 concussion. Cease and desist, you beast! Edgeworth is hopeless. Somebody help me! Stay, Azia,
Smack.
stay!
Smack. Also news flash. Rise of the Ronin is coming on Steam on March 11th.
Thank you so much for the 35 months. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. I really want to play Rise of Ronin. Who's that? Oh no, Regina. Why? Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way. She'd never do a thing like that. Azia doesn't even bite. At least not very often. So, she does have a taste for human flesh. How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? Oh, I'm so happy! Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your trunk to yourself. Aw, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. I could get used to this. He should say that more often. Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. He should do that for Phoenix. Why doesn't he? Coward. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Azia, the Asian elephant. Coincidence? I think not. Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. So you're Simon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. He said it again. He said it again. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect! What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That positivity, that charisma, that energy! Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagrasu! Great Thief? That sounds like fun! My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I thought we'd gotten a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though. Indeed, and we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. This must be the stage for the show. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Really? We found the culprit, Your Honor. A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Somebody left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see. It weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys, too. Kay, can you stop touching everything in sight? Oh, come on! It's not like I was gonna take anything. What exactly were they being used for? G. Willikers. I wonder, G. Willikers. Williker. I like talking to Fender. Danger! High voltage! Never saw one of these in real life. It must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Ah, yes. Warren Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side. Wish this dumb barred metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard. Given how protective the warden seems of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out. An Asian elephant named Azia, and one of the Berry Big Circus's many animals. She certainly seems fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans. You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think that you're trying to show her who's boss. Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind? No, just that she respects you, I guess. How comforting. Edgeworth stare. What's up? Hi, Eddie Fender. Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. If the performance is a good one, it can certainly be entertaining, yes. Man, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Oh, doesn't it make you just want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a show here right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in. Guess the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget that they're in the same boat as the animals. The fence? I suppose I should examine it too. It is part of this facility after all. We missed the show, but we've still got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. He's right. I should also look over the show sets and equipment, just in case something useful turns up. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Wow. Okay. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right, she's so above it all that no one dares to go against her. I bet she doesn't even need to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely and suddenly it's stay. I can think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Miles Areno, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender, one crack of her whip and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. Tweet, 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 tweet. Why are you here? Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir. How are you today? If you don't mind me asking. Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Saw It. Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible, I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank saw it you see before you was a changed man. A changed man who now targets the recently deceased? No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. Doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right, only 2 inmates were absent, Sawet and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Ah, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. Anything you need, he can get it for you. In jail? Like, how does he do this in jail? That's fucked up. What the hell is this? There's like a... Sorry, there's like a cat hair. Okay, anyway, sorry. How does he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. I don't remember my evidence. Like the glove? That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. Around what time would this have been? The show had already started, so around 9 AM, perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. What? I'm sorry, I don't know if I can relate to that. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Okay. She's trying to grab us, chat. Yeah, I was trying to grab you. You got me. Hey! Who are you shouting at? Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I wanted to see if they'd come say hello. I only see water striders. Water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that. So much for the goldfish. A wicker basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels. Oof, it smells like animals. I suppose they must have been using it to move things around. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Yeah, actually, that would be fun. Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs! That would be fun. Where did any of that come from? This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key. Spoil sport, that could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me. Alright, Regina. It's your turn. Oh god, the music just immediately plays, too. For me? Oh, thank you very much. I didn't say you could have it. So it's not for me? No. My apologies. It was my fault for needlessly waving it in your face. It's okay. I forgive you. This time. Why am I apologizing? Regina has a crazy aura. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right, my dad founded the Very Big Circus. But he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's, too. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Oh, God. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Very Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. Mo mentioned, actually. Yeah. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story. It's a love story. Oh, no. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Azia. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. Oh. It's a heartrending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Okay, can we talk about interspecies romance for a second? Because I was scrolling TikTok yesterday morning, and I came across a rabbit fucking a cat. And I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that a cabbit was actually a real thing. I had to bring that up because apparently that is actually a thing. I'm sorry. On TikTok, yeah, there was a rabbit fucking a cat on a sidewalk. Yeah. And the cat just took it, you know. This is not something I expected to hear today. Sorry. I have a lot of cat stuff that pops up in my feed, and sometimes you get the really fucked up ones like that one. It was definitely something to witness. Anyway, thanks for the information that I never wanted to hear. Now you know that cabbits are actually a thing, and they don't live long, apparently. I had to do some research after witnessing that. Anyway. It's a heartrending saga. Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine. I suppose that there's a first time for everything. Who's the third wheel? That would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our cross-lovers apart. Star-crossed lovers apart. What animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Monkey? Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a raven would be pretty cool, like the Yatagarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That certainly lowered the stakes. You mean money, right? Nope. And nope again, the role of the monkey is played by Simon. Money's far too small to play against Azia and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azia and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So, Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper that he claims to be. Poor Simon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simon took care of the lifting and the carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I I did see him doing something near that well, though. Well, I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that. This confirms that Mr. Saints was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. And what exactly he may not look it's supposed to mean? To me, he looks like he gets shit done. He just also looks like he has no fun doing it. We got Cabots before GTA 6. I'm telling you, Cabots have been a thing. Okay, I'm not just making this up. It's not a new thing, okay? It is an actual thing. Okay. Regina, cupcake! Oh, Warden Lagarde! I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. This is really awkward. Okay. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison whenever I first arrived, and it was awful, an utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly? I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they have always been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted and brooded, and then it hit me, the animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It is nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Except when it's rifling through dead man's pockets. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What, and your other model prisoners don't do that? Hmm? Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that, Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? He's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Okay. Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the very big circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see. She'd better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the very big circus? But of course, sweetie! I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She is so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Oh, God. Regina just inadvertently committed another murder by helping out this woman. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her right up. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess, it was simply divine. That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too. About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. Cannison saw it. 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? You're saying that 3 inmates didn't attend the show? I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody. Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right. Mr. Canis and Mr. Sawit were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the third missing prisoner and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further. Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much. I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. The little one. Okay. Yikes! Alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweetie. That's why there's a skeleton, like a bone, a fish bone there. Okay. Oh, she's so pretty! And what a cute name! Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess. Of course. What is happening? Boy, howdy. These two are made for one another. They look like they'll be both busy for a while. Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be. It's gonna be Yanni Yogi. Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! I finally caught up with you. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere? No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn in anything up? We struck gold, sir. Well, blood. Anyway, it was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something. It proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive. I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims, and they're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything. Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Oh. Ouch. Don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope that things continue to go in our favor. Alright, that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons. Secret weapons? A few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. The 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire! I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Still love that he calls him Miles. Oh! Very well, detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. Did he just say 7? Oh, he did, didn't he? I like how I don't even register the number 7, but chat sure as hell does every time. You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. My trusty old metal detector. Oh. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. Oh, what about missile? Missile! Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis's dog. And now for number 3. Ah, the good old fishing rod. Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I just happen to have it with me is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir. Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them is a fishing rod. That's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time. What do you think I called him a secret? Guy can't just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy! And that case, then I suppose the three of you deign to reveal to us we'll have to do for now. All right, which one do you want to try? Okay, I made the mistake at the DL6 case. I never chose Missile in the DL6 case, and to this day, I'm sad about it. So I'm making up for it. You got it, sir. Hey, Missile! Here, boy! Aw, he really came! What are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. We have the pooch a snip of the body. Does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, but it's there, almost like cake, maybe? Why would the body smell of cake? Missile, get a nose full! Follow the dog! He's headed for maximum security. He's going in! And we'll just have to follow him. Uh-oh. Oh, ruh-roh. The man himself is absent. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's onto something? Looks like maybe he is. Oh, he's angry. There's something here. Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. The chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch. An all-purpose pocket chisel makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief. I walked into that one. The other 4 secret weapons are locked behind a paywall. Do you really think that Gumshoe would paywall you for money? Is he that desperate for money that he would do that? I don't know. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. Wow, I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face. Have you quite finished? Wow, that was rude. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis clearly doesn't lack for comforts. I can think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets the special treatment? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself. Yikes! No thanks! Chess set complete with his special dog piece. That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable, some of them are, and this one is quite the nice one. Never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Can you play? I can play Go Fish! Not the same thing, okay? Not even close. What's the matter, boy? Is this cake what you were after? Oh boy. Down, boy, down! Stop that! You can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. Wait, what if those were like poisoned or something? Holy shit. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not everyone agrees though. Gummy, I wanted some! Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. It looks like it really was cake Missile was tracking. He just ate the evidence. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we just got our desserts. The little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy. I'm starting to doubt Missile. Mr. Carcerato's cell. We need to take a look inside, Detective. Close the guard. Call the guard. Thank you, officer. Question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerato, still in solitary? He came back a little while ago, and he was here for the noon roll call. He must be on a work duty someplace. If you would be so kind as to open his cell. Oh, God. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? He may not be capable, but he's definitely cakeable. Ban that guy. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside. Could this be? Whoa, wait, Missile! I'm going in too. Sir, I'll go get her. That's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center. That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right to Mr. Knight's cell. Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess you could say that we made a breakthrough. At least they came out unscathed. The floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. Wait, you didn't see that before? How do you miss that? This must be the route that we've been looking for. We literally looked at, like, under the bed and at the dust on, like, practically under the bed, and anyway. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors, but with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? It was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Then let's see what you've captured. Oh. Those are gigantic prints. Spoons, a fork. Guess these were for digging the tunnel. Are those footprints? Those are like gigantic paw prints. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. Mr. Carcerato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerato is immediately. If my suspicions are correct. Ah, nuts! The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carcerato right away. After a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. Well, have the police been notified? We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a They set up a cordon bleu. Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far. Don't make fun of me, corn dog. No. Don't make fun of me, chat. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding the tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. It seems that he might have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it. What's to say there was only the one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. Whatever the case, there is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can get back to your posts. The results of the blood test just came back from the lab. They've identified the blood and its knights. Nice job, everybody! Teamwork makes the dream work! We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel, and a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business? The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that's what all this is about. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Well, yes, sweetie. Everything's related to Canis, and anything related to Canis is with me now. Heavens knows how many times I've called the secret scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself, that's irregular to say the least. Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You may have been warned. You have been warned. Woo-wee! And here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Edgeworth bow. This guy really creeps me out. What if he's Shelly the Killer? Oh, what if he's Shelly the Killer's dad? Judge Gavel, I didn't expect you to find you here. We've been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are. I'm sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have no business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth? Why is chat going rabid? I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you
Objection!
Oh god, he's here. Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight with his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to refute our deductions, then there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. You'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation! Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was. And I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk to put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth. He don't care. Well, Edgeworth don't care. I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. Hee hee hee. Oh, he's so cute. And I do not intend to besmirch its name. Oh. Ooh. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me, by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me. Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel. How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out his cell using the keys that he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops. Figure she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell. After you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found. There is still, this is a still from the footage that we received. His neck is so fucking long. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? The camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage if he did it all. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape. That's so cool! A prison break! Wow! Mr. Carcerado, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up in my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simon! That wasn't a compliment! I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a flaw in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it. An interspecies. Don't bring up the interspecies comment again. Don't make me say it again.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney worth his salt would have his sources. I am aware of it, of course. I simply wish to confirm... You're wasting both our time. Shall we continue?
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for you to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regained his consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further. I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. Proves Knight didn't have the keys. I have the keys somewhere in here, don't I? Yeah. They have yet to be recovered is the key thing. Ah, key thing. I didn't mean to do that. The day before the body was found, the guard assigned Knight to a cell was knocked unconscious. The guard's keys were stolen, but Knight denied having taken them. Knight's cell was subsequently thoroughly searched, but no keys were found. How do you thoroughly search his cell and not find the gaping hole under the bed? You are actually... Everyone is dumb. Everyone is dumb.
Take that!
I assume you must already know, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. If the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys. I do not think it's such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. This is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chest set. Really? How come she can talk out of her ass and I can't? Knight's chest set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden? Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. You're the one who proposed it! Actually, it was Eustace's assertion. So the two of them aren't one of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper. And with the help of his friend and accomplice, had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he even had time to commit the murder? How indeed, allow me to explain. Many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a proximity of approximately 15 minutes. The crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell?
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor? Yes. Almighty Goddess of Justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe that you have access to the necessary forensics software.
Objection!
I dig this, I dig this. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Now Gummy's badge is on the line too! Forgive me, detective, I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence, however—
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Oh, you got me good, Mr. Weiner. You got me so good. Mr. Weiner, I had forgotten that you were there. It was nice while it lasted. We have had barely, like, 2 interactions with this guy, and Edgeworth is already so fucking done with him. I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Oh shit, wait, did he actually make a good point? Wait, fuck, now I'm uncomfortable. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. Shit. He wasn't supposed to say anything smart. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Selma, yes you would. That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know, never misses a drop. He used a brain cell, he did. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin, of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then... La 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 la, not listening! I'm not listening! I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. You may have gathered some evidence worth considering.
Objection!
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavel. Do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was overruled. My position is the same as it was yesterday, until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center. I cannot accept your theory into evidence. I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center. Okay.
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. Whoa, what? A secret passageway? Oh my god! It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carcerado, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. The very one where the victim was being held. This is certainly a surprise, to think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder. In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor? Overruled. Stop overruling me, you bitch! Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Oh, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. Oh boy. Here we go. What does it say? When do we get that? How do you not know that you had it? Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. Oh boy. The victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon, but its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead? Oh boy. That will be all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
The tunnel, the paw prints! What of them? Helmet is something of a wonder. Perhaps he just happened across this tunnel one day? Although I couldn't say for certain, I myself wonder quite so freely. What would be a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Oh boy. This all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not a handsome shake. What was I saying? A handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. Feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all. I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Okay. Nice work, gavel. Just like we planned it. Yeah. I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. Yeah, okay. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. If the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. I think she really means it this time. What do you think, detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. With what things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. Oh. My heart. My client. Ah! Miles Edgeworth! The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy. Attaboy, Miles! That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father. Same brain cell. Ah! In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. Oh, stop! This is actually such a sweet moment. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I don't believe you. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Bender! Thank you, Bender. Alright, kids, this is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on, it's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? There were 5 chisels in Canis's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was. Have you quite finished? It would be in your best interest to concede. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? If I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was, and it was right under our noses this whole time. It was one of Mr. Canis's chisels. What? I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact the chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was that we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows the dog jumping. Mr. Canis's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. You, Bodhidharma Canis, you're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others. Oh yeah, he's like still in school, so yeah, I guess he would bring up report card bullshit. Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis's cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? We even inspected his chisels, all 4 of them. Oh. There wasn't a single speck of—
Hold it!
Thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. I remember counting them, definitely 5. And the one that's missing is the small one. The one that we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have with such a thing? I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea of where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could only have hidden the chisel here. What?
Take that!
In his cell? Am I getting trick questioned? Mr. Canis is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked. I searched the whole cell myself. There's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I'm almost certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. To enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth, what was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles, there must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth. As well you should, if you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon. That's fucked.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah, unlike last time. Mr. Canis, it would be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to the last minute. Then order him again, this instant. Not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis, or do you have something to hide? Come on, Helmut, open up. There we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog. A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog? I thought he'd be strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Anytime we roast Eustace Weiner, I just get happy. I think this is great. Why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Helmut, how could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well, the court will hear Mr. Canis's testimony. If you would be so kind. Gladly. Mr. Canis is Shelley the Killer's boss. Or dad. They're related. They're related, Your Honor. They have to be. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive has to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you who are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bares his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. When he puts it that way, an assassin who only kills his acquaintances, not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake, that's not my style. Wait, hold up a minute. I was kidding. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. I am weirded out. I'm honestly weirded out. I haven't looked at my evidence in a while. I should probably. I don't know which one to do. Oh, this one, probably.
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end. So that's 10 times 10, 20, 120 times over. 100, 1,000. I give up! I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence. That's what. Tell us why you killed Knight. Unless that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence? They do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. Oh my god. That's impossible! We just proved that! A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet, here we are. Helmet is as surprised as I am, aren't you, Helmet? Yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard. There was a show of some sort. Here I was, minding my own business, when it comes Helmet dragging a corpse, of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed, he did. Removing it here would have made an awfulness, after all. You know something that makes total sense. That makes total sense! Remember what Mr. Sod said, Mr. Edgeworth? What Mr. Sod actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it? No. And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, what? Will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless.
Objection!
If you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis. Fender? No offense, Paleo, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. Oh, Fender. Oh, Fender. Hello. Okay, okay. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. Makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Fender, that's hot. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmet's neck. They have a very distinctive design, if you will. They were something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? The blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. It was one of my bells, one of only 2 in existence. 2 and only 2. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet, exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long been since taken from me. When Helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed, but no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel. Certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect, and so the chisel had to be removed and—
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you the chisel was not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for my fingerprints? Wow, that's dirty. Crystal has a new crush? I do? Wait, I do? On what? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Oh, right, sure thing. We got him! Fingerprints, they're Mr. Knight's. And Mr. Canis's? Nope, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and the forensics said that there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Okay. This isn't good. Should I get them to check again? Now, do you see? I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmet carried it in his mouth, that is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. That's not very helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel, therefore I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? Got nothing to counter with, but what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? He can't be. I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth, but if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear? I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? You could do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one. Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. Oh. Mm. Mm. Shelley the killer. You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? Doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simon in the end, we can't give up now or ever. I'll second that. You want me around with that keg? I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? Heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy, are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. And that means that if I fail to save my client, I've failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. How would Mr. Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here?
Take that!
Usually it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into the facility because of the security gates. But we already know that checks at one of the gates have been entirely thorough as of late. The gate at the entrance at the detention center. That gate is only used to scan people. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saints bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. We still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? How do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper. The court too finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation. I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Secret weapon number 4, Lil V. What? What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps that you might finally see that I am telling the truth. How do you use it? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. Oh, this is a tutorial. I don't need tutorials. I'm good at video games. Just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. The footage from Knight's holding cell, other than the victim being attacked by the dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Mr. Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind when reviewing the footage. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. It's too small. Oh. Whoa. I kind of just wanna... examine the... Oops. Oh no. I must be seeing things. I should take another look. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Okay. I was trying to zoom in. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Zoom. Just wanna look at the mirror. I keep pressing wrong buttons. Jesus. That's the fucking... It looks like the polar bear. It doesn't look like the dog. It looks like the polar bear. It's too small, man. It's too small. It's the polar bear. Carcerado's polar bear. At least you don't have to listen to the Blue Badger theme, am I right? What is happening? He's just... This is a guard. He wasn't even wearing a hat. This is a guard. Is that a hat? Doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard? This may not be a guard at- oh, sorry, that was not Gumshoe. This may not be a guard at all, but someone dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. Oh, wait, I have to keep going? The missing guard uniform?
Take that!
No guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard sparrow uniform being stolen. Could the person in the footage perhaps be disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed. A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. If the person in the footage is a knight, then the creature may not be a dog either. You're right, sir. Let's zoom in and check. What? Yeah, it's the polar bear. Wait, I said that before, no? Do I have to actually get it this time now? This is so weird. Okay, polar bear. How do we get a good... Okay, I genuinely don't know what frame to go by here. There's no Clavier having his guitar burning. I'm sorry. I know that probably ruins the moment, right? I'm just gonna go with this. This is terrible, though. That's not really gonna... okay, they don't want me to look at the same thing again. So I have to look at something completely different. Maybe that? That doesn't really... Oh, yeah. That's pretty clear, actually. We made a critical error in judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is a cat. That's not a dog, it's a cat. Is it? Miles, buddy, I'm squinting hard here, but nothing about this picture says kitty cat to me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court demands that you take these proceedings seriously. Oh. It's a cabot. That's not a dog, it's a bear. The paw prints from the photo I took. They're not canine, but they're ursine. Ha ha ha. Hey, could that mean? I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We had assumed that it was Knight in the security footage. It was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now we know about the hole under the bed. It is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? It was... Do you think there's flavor text? Oh my god, it was Agent Lang. Oh my god, Regina's 17. It was clearly Agent Lang. It was clearly Eustace Weiner.
Take that!
That's who it is? Is the only possible answer. This dumb fuck.
Overruled.
It very much is not. What is a bear doing in prison? This whole case is weird. Everybody gets a fucking animal for some reason. If I accuse her, do I get flavor text? How about you, bitch?
Take that!
Oh, no flavor text. Oh, that's boring. All this music, though.
Take that!
I like this. I like this. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in that video is all black! We have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur. I'm assuming it's this. We don't really have anything else.
Take that!
Mr. Frank saw its testimony. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. Yes, this just happened. This flashback is still going.
Overruled.
Uh-oh. My latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction.
Objection!
Oh! Did it while the circus performance was underway. And that does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 a.m. Something isn't right about the footage. What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded? Oh, you know. The whole... I'm smart.
Take that!
His cock, Your Honor. You might have to give us the play-by-play on this one, Chief. God damn it. It's simple if you look right around here. I was just getting to that. The video was ostensibly recorded at around 9 a.m., which means that there's a glaring contradiction in what we're seeing here. Am I not allowed to look at evidence at this time? I'm not allowed to look at my evidence. It's a little bit frustrating. Oh wait, I'm paused. I just want to bring up the... I love this. Look at the little bear. Such a cutie. Should I just point out that?
Take that!
That doesn't make sense though. Oh, I can look at my court record here. Okay, let me refresh because I actually haven't looked at my court record in like 5 days. Stab wound to the throat. There's also a small cut on his scalp. No, okay. Knight hit a chisel in here to prevent it from being found by the prison staff. Colorful tarp found by the victim's body seen from the use of the storage workshop A. They open the doors if an animal is detected, but raise an alarm if an inmate's bracelet is being detected. Prisoners are not allowed to move about freely. Wait, we're supposed to go with things that don't make sense. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. Does it say? No, it doesn't. Okay, keep going. Sod's bracelet wasn't working. The dog chess piece. When you look at that, okay, it's just. Oh, that is weird. That close up. Weiner, Gavel, and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything. No, that's not it. Signs of the that blood was wiped from the floor of the victim's cell. The security camera footage is what we're looking at. The missing guard uniform. We have the keys, the security gates, the tunnel. Oh, stab wound to the throat, instant death. Sharp blade of some sort. Okay, that's still not solved. Oh! I can look at this? This bell is the same as the one on Helmet's collar, right? The bell is something of a trademark for Mr. Canis. An assassin with a trademark? You'd think that he'd want to stay anonymous. Isn't that true of great thieves, too? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you don't know anything about great thieving, do you? Great thieves are only great because they stand out from the crowd. What's in it for a thief to stand out like that other than to attract the police's attention? True. Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. You think it's our murder weapon? The fact that blood was found on it certainly is incriminating, at the very least. It's not something we can discount as unrelated. Alright, is that all we got here? Huh, okay. And then bells. One is attached to the dog, the other is attached to Helmet's knife. Okay. We need to look for your signs of contradiction. Now y'all are reaching. I agree with Alan. You're reaching so far to get banned in my chat. Just try this again.
Take that! Overruled.
The other inconsistency. Dang, that bear moves fucking fast. But look at how cute he is. Look at him.
Take that!
Alright, chat. My brain is farting. Let's see. How do I go about this? Oh, am I just simply looking at the time? Am I Captain Dumbass? I think I'm just supposed to... The fact that... The time. I think that's all they want.
Take that!
I didn't think about that. Oh my god. Mr. Solid said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m. Just whenever I was about to ask for help. Ugh. God damn it. In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell. Mr. Sawit, who was administering a mud pack. and Rocco, who had been waiting for the precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawit before entering the tunnel. Oh, the cute bear. The bear then slipped out of Mr. Sawit's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sawit would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis's dog retrieving the murder weapon from Mr. Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been reported from around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. Why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined. Right away, please. The bear followed the inmate down the tunnel. Ban that guy. Just kidding. VIP that guy. I'm back, sir! Seems like the time codes can slip up on the cameras if they lose power. They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. Oh. The power was off for approximately 3 hours. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like they're the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, oh, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along? There might be something we could do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerado, I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. This is awkward. This is very awkward. Mr. Carcerado would have been wearing a bracelet, right? A bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of the stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So, if he avoided the doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells. Oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here, now! Oh, the bear! Uh-oh! The bear, he's so cute, he gave him away. Paws off! Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka! Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. The bear delivered the suspect! He did! If it wasn't for you, I'd what a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerado? I'm almost envious. Apprehend this man! A moment, I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him, with your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Mr. Carcerado's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible that he had something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. You're the ones who found my secret gateway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then, this little guy just had to come right up and after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell. Damn. I would have gotten away with it if somebody hadn't offed and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? I used everything I could get my hands on. Hammer, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what do I get to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Just tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerado and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. It was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel.
Hold it!
Uniform, was that from the fixer? Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from the pal's locker. And what were you wearing? Wait, I'm sorry. I don't know why I kept going there. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? No, would've got dirt on it. Had to hold it up until I got to the holding cell. But once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I think. Freedom beckons, and then the furball here jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. But it wouldn't have been.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake? Anything seems easy after dragging yourself out of the hole, through a hole in the ground. Oh my god. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center even though you live in the prison. Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcerado would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. I'm so confused. How do you not...
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake. You got a problem? Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. And even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerado, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right past, right out. I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. The security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you, which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible. Are you saying, could he really have... He could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerado. He is the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard. Knight, too, all to gain possession of the guard's keys. That's dirty, bro. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this guy, this Knight guy. After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion, and then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unlucky for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, you got proof? Geniuses ain't, they saying your win yet. Nuh-uh. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it. Don't play games with me. We already played mind chess, and I won. Knight was as much as the victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. I do? Oh.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood. which could possibly explain such a thing other than him being having been attacked. And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them and stole the keys. Why, yeah, yada? What's with you? The newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But that bloodied give up the whole game. Oh, that bloodied give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little bit more time so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you the clear of the prison. Now hand over the keys. Oh, Your Honor. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh. No, the bear jumped off! The bear. He ditched him. Killed by a lousy, stinking bum. Fine, you want the keys? Here, I hope you choke on them. Dang, KO'd.
Overruled.
Oh, God. If Mr. Carcerado here had the keys... Indeed, your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he could have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that that theory cannot possibly be true. Hey, yo! Guess this changes things up a bit. Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. You gotta be freaking... Mr. Carcerado, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. I didn't do nothing. You got the wrong guy. I knocked those two chumps out and I stole the keys, but after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. His body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even get out of my cell. You only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison, but... Mr. Canis's dog could. It was not you, but Helmet who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. One can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerado and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerado could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerado. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them, and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You tried scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way out. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. Oh. You didn't dig the tunnel by yourself? Nope, found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already, and the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, all right. I just made good on what somebody else already started. What was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Let's get water from the well or something. I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, always smelled kind of nice down there. I don't know, it smelled like sort of dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we get a sweet scent before? I forget where they put it in the court record. Was it on the body picture? A sweet scent can be detected. Yeah.
Take that!
With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and trace its route back through the prison. Mr. Carcerado was how we found your tunnel. How could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerado, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. You ain't pinning this on me! I'm glad to see that we're finally in agreement, Your Honor. If only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerado may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys that he stole. You gotta be kidding me! Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerado had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means, in the form of keys Mr. Carcerado had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists. My, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we're still disagreeing? Yes, thank you, Eddie. Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Oh boy. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned. Oh, I forgot Weiner was here. He hasn't talked in so long. And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed. Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell. Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at? Is that a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent allows the route. A sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. How did it get down there? There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard, could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Okay. Really? Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simon? Indeed. And so you see, it must have also been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gavel is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. ample time to throw the body down the well. I'm sure you will all agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply cannot happen. Mr. Carcerado was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerado, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? The place was clean. If the body had been here at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerado would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Oh god, come on. Are you kidding me? I fucking hate this bitch. Can I kill her yet? Can I please? Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint, but still. Your Honor, your theory is just that. A theory. A game theory. And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment, I do not. This session is like, the last 2 sessions of this case have been super long. Normally they're like an hour, hour and a half, but like this is going on 2.5 hours. This is crazy. And I'm even going at like a faster pace than normal. May I suggest that we investigate the yard? May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. Oh, what's that sound? Is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Who yelled, hold it? Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Oh. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. Certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. All right, you two, back to your post. Chop, chop. And as for you, Rocco Carcerado, it's time that you went back to your room. Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. Warren Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away. I think we've had enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guests went home to Betty Buys, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden. This is an order nonsense. Oh boy. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What? We're just listening to the warden who I still suspect. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go! At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gavel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carcerado's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow's another day! We'll figure out a way to save Simon. I know we will. Yes, we will. And we'll prove that Mr. Saint is innocent beyond a shadow of a doubt. He said it. Woo! That was almost 2.5 hours. Shit. Gotta keep going. All right. Woo! Yeah, the frustration is on point. Yeah. Holy fuck. Woo! It's crazy. I feel like I'm running a marathon here with the queen bitch gavel. This is pretty exhausting. I like her very much. Is it because of her assets? Oh, unnecessary evidence has been removed. Thank you. Wait, you got rid of like 3 things. That's it. Are you kidding me? Oh boy. There's a cover on it. A dried up well, slap bang in the middle of a prison. Figured it'd be locked. Unlucky, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. Anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard, and then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Malzarino? Plausible or no? Why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Gumshoe. He has Gumshoe on speed dial. Wait, I just realized. I think my brain just had a mini existential crisis. Speed dial doesn't even exist anymore. Because of smartphones. Does speed dial still exist? Like, does my phone have a speed dial? I've never noticed. Okay, now I feel old. Okay, I just remember having like my mom and dad on speed dial whenever I had my like old phone. You just press 1 and you call because it was speed dial. But yeah, I don't think it goes by like, you go by like recent contacts on your phone nowadays. You don't, there is no speed dial. Before the age of smartphones. Oh man. Anyway. Sorry, I just had like a, I feel like I just had a boomer moment. It was like, oh wait, oh, it was so nice to just click 2 buttons to call somebody before. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. No, you did not just ask what's a speed dial. Please take back your comment. Take it back right now. Oh, we need to call one of our more practical skills. Crime scene recreation. Oh, that's fun. Lil Thief makes a return.
Max Peak Audio tipped $5. And now on Kids React, we have Crystal showing Zoomers what a speed dial is.
Get out of here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't know either what a speed dial is. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know that some of you have to be trolling. I know that some of you are trolling in my chat right now. Because you can't be dead ass. You're trolling. You're trolling just to make me feel old. Get out of here. Anyway. Wanna talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm pretty sure I can skip most of this dialogue. They're just gonna explain what Little Thief is. Mr. Thief, he called it, though. Not Lil Thief, it's Mr. Thief. Alright, this is what the yard looked like yesterday. You never used speed dial? I know that I had all of my family members on speed dial on my old phone. I had like my mom and dad and then my brother and sister, so because they were the only people I really called. I used speed dial a lot. You can only recreate what you tell it to. Yeah. It's the first time we're using it in the second game, so they're explaining a lot of this. Okay. You can examine stuff in the recreation. You can present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at everything but the well. Hi, Eddie Fender. I really like you.
Victor underscore of underscore the underscore
The underscore of the underscore.
I'm around your age, but I got to use rotary phones as a kid because I lived in Cuba.
Oh, that's cool. We had a rotary phone growing up. We also had our main landline phone for our like house phone. My mom, it was like a Disney one. It was like a really antique. It had like it was actually a really cool home phone. Like it had a, I don't know how to describe it. There was like an actual figure of Mickey, and then the phone was red when you picked it up. It was like a Disney phone. It was really cool, actually. I kind of liked that piece, but yeah, landline phones are like kind of dead nowadays, but we had the rotary phone and then we had the Disney one. Yeah, landlines. I don't miss landlines. I don't miss them at all. They were terrible. Oh my god. I hated that whenever you were on the house phone, somebody else could pick up another phone in the house and peek in on your conversation. But it also was awesome because I definitely snooped on a couple of my mom's conversations and she didn't know. I definitely am guilty of that. But you could, I mean, if you had multiple landline phones in your house, you could snoop in on conversations. I think everybody did that. I think everybody snooped at some point. It was funny. You were like, I don't know, just listening in. They don't know that you're there. There's nothing telling the other person that there's another person listening unless you like breathe heavily. I'm guilty. Absolutely guilty. Thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. Did you just confess to a crime? Yeah, I did. I did. Your parents and your grandparents still have landline phones? Oh boy. Really? I don't think I know anybody now. The last person I know to have one was my grandfather, and he never had a cell phone, and he passed away like 2 years ago. So now that he's passed away, he was the last person I knew to have a landline phone still. Whoa, that's weird. When you open up your chapstick and your whole thing, your whole stick of sticks just come out. Oh, that was weird. The Great Thief's great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Malzarino. Not exactly by the book stuff, yeah? Using Great Thief doodads in an official investigation. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we would have no hope of finding it. Relax, like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you, that'd be very helpful. Malzarino! You live in Germany, everybody still uses a landline. Really? Wow. I think the main reason that landlines kind of died out, were forced to die out in the States was because I remember my mom complaining about how expensive it was to have both cell phones for every member of the family and a landline phone. It became a point of contention, like if everybody has an individual cell phone, why do you need a family line? You know, like it didn't make any sense. And then like companies were charging out the ass if you had both a landline and a phone, like a cell phone. So my mom was like, why am I paying like $500 a month for all of this shit? So we just got rid of our landline. And I think most people were in the same situation. It just kind of made no sense to have one once everyone had a cell phone. And they really took advantage of it back then. I just remember the raids being so bad. What was the name of our trunk happy friend again? Asia, the Asian elephant. Oh god, why is that a point in our thing? Not exactly inspired though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself! Wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race down a hill? Oh, we had this conversation. Interesting that business pricing monetization hasn't changed. Oh no, it's always been shit, man. And super greedy. Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll try. This is where the circus show stage stood. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? This is the same conversation. These chairs must have been for the audience. Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away. Really? Why? You've clearly never had to pull up a bunch of boring chairs before. Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while. I'll consider it. We should examine this area carefully. We must inspect every suspicious-looking car! Anyway, the well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? 30 pounds. Why does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. Nah, that's how pulleys work. There's a sturdy looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kinda reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug of war in school. The answer is no. Okay. What? I didn't even see anything yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? Dun dun dun! What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. What do you think all this stuff around the well was used for? OG Willikers. I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Nothing immediate strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. That's about all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Okay, could you power down Mr. Thief now? Prepare to return to normality. Sorry, sir! Missile is angry! Why is he so mad? That was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did let you keep you waiting. Never did like to keep you waiting. Blech. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsal, so I ditched them for the day. It's very much appreciated. All right, detective. Let's get started with Missile. Hey, Missile, over here, boy! He's very angry. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Mouserino? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand? I'd love to! Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Ally some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, wow! This is so amazing! It's like magic! No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... Ahem! The area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said that she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simon do everything by himself. Oh, no. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we have other data too. I can switch back whenever you want to the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine the scene both during and after the show, and switch between the two at will. I can switch between the recreations. Okay, that's cool. Let's continue our investigations. Hi, Missile. It's as bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy scared out of his skin. I'd hope to have him track that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. Don't say a word. I know what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, God. Oh, and if you want me to give you the metal detector a shot, I have that too. Oh, God. I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. So do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here, it's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest. Cute, that full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond. Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying you could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Ms. Redworth? Yes, super. Don't roll me this. Super, super worried. Chairs are lined up neatly. We know where there were a few empty seats during the performance. The way the seats are arranged reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest. Cock. I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dare takes flight, one alone soars to shine, light of righteousness on the world's light. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did! She did well to take second place. Or perhaps stole is more apt? Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. Edworth, what the fuck was that about? Balls! The basket was empty in the other recreation. But it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry. I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. That basket's for holding Asia's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. I should make a note of this. I didn't. Okay. That's interesting. A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simon up there on stage too. Oh, he was wonderful. The way he flew up on the stage. Ah, yes, that scene. Villain no longer appears in the performance. You're saying the crime took place during that time. Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage? Let's see, I guess it was around 15 minutes. Just as Judge Gavel said. Isn't it pretty hairy health and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all! Asia's very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Asia, though. Simon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? No, it was Simon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. Oh. Huh. Okay. It's the pen that held Asia, the Asian elephant, now empty as the lady herself was on stage. I wonder how that got in here in the first place. Well, there's entrance to the yard is people-sized, and there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kind of risky. Not if one turned off the electricity. But then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant. I think not. This is a real puzzler, all right. I'll need to give it more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time. That's about the size of it. You gotta go steal us some data! I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction. The world's greatest assets. Who needs a Magatama? Who needs a bracelet? Who needs a mood matrix? I have logic. I'm more of an act first, think later kind of gal. Please don't add to my workload for your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest. I'm surprised you haven't already. All right, let's put some shit together. So. What can we put together? I don't even know what to put together. But something's gotta go together. Okay. Maybe the disappearing apples, she just ate them all. I don't fucking know. That went together for some reason. They were likely eaten. Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them. Are you sure about that? Yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Asia's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. Okay. Before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation. I'll add that into the simulation of the performance. Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant. Hold Asia's apples. Yep, it was full of them the day before the show. And then vanished overnight. Oh, did you figure out something, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, so I guess I gotta put more logic together. Okay. Yeah. The basket was moved by someone the night before the show. I don't know, maybe the items around the well? I don't think this is gonna work, though. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Maybe they were used for Saint's big moment, but that also would have nothing to do with the elephant. How does that go together? How? The trick Mr. Saint performed, could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up a recreation? Taking another look at these items, could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Sounds plausible enough. Hey, I could maybe add it to the simulation. What? I'm back! And he told me exactly how he did it. What? He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from the rope. Oh, Jesus. And lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself in the air. But how can he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it. That's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about this trick or the contraption. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right, and to do that, he had a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then, when he gave it a sharp tug, this stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great trick, I have to steal it! This one has got to go to the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. All right, practice it is then! Before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Now to add it in the data, Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. This is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Oh boy. Simon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage? That's genius! I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight, more than him, at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air. He probably had a ton of practice. Oh boy. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying. He made clever use of 2 ropes. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. Thank you, Kay. Why is it here? Okay, why is Kay repeating everything I say? I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. Yeah, that was weird. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. Oh my god, that was kind of... Alright. Oh wait, wait, there was more? I can go up. Aha! A pulley and a rope, I suppose the two do tend to go together. The proper pairing in this case is a Great Thief and a set of handcuffs. Yeah, what Edgeworth said. That guy's smart. Wait, we're still not done investigating this? Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. I can put more stuff together. Okay, so we have the... Okay, I thought that they had already stated this, but I guess we gotta do it again. Doesn't it seem odd to you? You haven't noticed, Detective. There's something strange about the weights that we found. How heavy it is. No, what's it made of sounds funny. The material it's made of is odd. And what's so odd about it? You don't see it? Nope. Me neither. Me neither. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta take this seriously! Edgeworth, I love you. There are a number of weights. That is to say, the one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Really? I have to do that? This is weird. I have need of one of your secret weapons. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. Bitch, what are you gonna use a fishing rod for, please? Before we get started, let me run you through how the metal... Wait, I have to use it? Oh no, it's just like, oh god, it's just like 2-4. Oh no. Oh, please kill me. Okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. Okay. Yep, I get it, thank you. Yep. Wait, so I'm actually Gumshoe? I'm Gumshoe?! Detective, there will be time to chat later. We have an investigation to conduct. I'm Detective Gumshoe! I really wanted to talk to Eddie. Oh no, I didn't need that. Oh no. Let's take a little look. I found these guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count 4 altogether, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. Somebody hid several of the same weights as the one in the well. But why? And why over here? Nice work, me! Dick Gumshoe Investigations. That was cute. That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. It's reacting to the alligator, sir. You're sure it's not responding to the weights we've just found? I am severely disappointed by the lack of Eddie Fender contributing to this case, by the way. I feel like he's just my emotional support and I'm just doing all the work for him. And I want him to take charge. I'm sure this is something different. I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Allie hasn't been herself lately. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. What if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. What did the metal detector actually pick up? Why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again? I must inspect every suspicious cock and nanny. This was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of a bucket, though. Oh, they want me to deduce. What the fuck do you want me to deduce, buddy? Three pulleys. 2 lengths of rope. We're missing a second rope, are we not? And also many more of those, but I wonder if I have everything. Oh no, okay. Huh. You know what, you're right. Inspector Hosonaga is somehow responsible for this. I 100% agree. That guy is still suspicious. Years later after I finished playing Great Ace Attorney.
Eureka!
I doubted that was gonna be right, but I went for it anyway. Maybe the fact that... Well, no, maybe I was right. I think we are missing, like, a rope on here. No? Like, one rope is there, the other rope is not. This rope is not.
Eureka!
It goes up here. Wait. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. I guess not. Maybe they want me to present the other evidence? 2 lengths of rope. Okay. We're missing 2 lengths of rope. It says it right here. Nope. Well, I guess it's not the rope thing. Something else. Are we going back to... What do they want me? I have nothing on the weight. I wonder if I can even do this right now. No, I'm pretty sure I can. I'm just Captain Dumb. Oh, boy. I know that they're talking about the weight, but still, I have nothing in my court record that really helps me out here with that. Oh, it's a picture. This is the same. Is that... wait. No, that's the same. Huh? I don't see how this doesn't have anything to do with the rope. I'm genuinely confused. Because this is there's 2 lengths of rope. The one that is on the top of the pulley. The one that he pulls the stake out. And the one that he pulls the stake out is right here, but the other one is not. So I thought we were supposed to be deducing that the other one is at the body. But... doesn't... That's what I wanted to do, but I thought I tried that, and... it did not work. Okay, so maybe I'll... I guess I'll just do these and see what they say.
Eureka!
Oh, that didn't work. Chat, am I on the... just yes or no only. Am I on the right line of thinking that it has something to do with the rope? Or do I need to drop that line of thought? Yes, yes. Okay. But I presented all this stuff that had to do with the rope, so how? Do I have another piece of evidence? I thought it would be this one, because it says 2 lengths of rope. So that would be the most contradictory thing. But then I have this, and then I also still have this. It could be 3 pieces of evidence that have to do with the rope. I guess I'll go back to this pile here, and...
Eureka!
Okay, that worked. Oh, that's annoying. Think about the 2 recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2. Kristen Nod, thank you. Kiwi, thank you for the 3 months, I appreciate it. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing. Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us.
Take that!
This rope was found beside Knight's body. It must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it, but it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here! So did he. Think about what the rope was found in the workshop was related to, and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron... Wait, the weight that dropped down... Yeah.
Take that!
It can only have been Mr. Knight's body that was dropped down the well. Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Somebody first swapped the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then, Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage, when he let the rope around his body loose. Both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain them. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden. So that no one would realize that they'd been replaced with the body! Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang! Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere?
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. All we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simon was the killer. No, not quite. What about what Judge Gamble said yesterday? What if Mr. Saint truly is the killer? Why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Simon used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at that time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished around midnight? In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out before the body after that point. This is, ew. Did Kenneth know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Kenneth isn't the killer. It always was the warden, man. It always was. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we deduced that the weights have switched out for the body at around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean somebody needed to open it, because it's the power room. Oh, great, it's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard! What can I do you for? That was fast. What is the key for the... Where's the key for the store? The warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. Warden Lagarde is the only one with a key, meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. So we're thinking somebody got in here that night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? Well, I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Did they turn off the power to something? Come to think of it. Wasn't there something that lost power? Oh, come on.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. There was! Somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to? Seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. Which means the killer would have had to be someone who had access to the breakers, and it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it? Surely it couldn't be. Yay! Oh, I didn't even get all my health back. That's bullshit, game. Oh, come on! There was peace and quiet and tranquility here, and then these fucks had to show up and ruin my life! First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Weiner. What, you? How'd you get in here before me? Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavel. This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Wow! You caused that, bitch! Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate? More like asinine. We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some officers.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary. We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Wait, won? But I'm supposed to be the wiener. Your Honor. Miles is being really hot right now. I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth, as I am sure you remember your badge is in my hands. Stop threatening me, you ass! How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different...
Overruled!
You've been warned repeatedly, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simon Saint's innocence. Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy, and when I'm done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Killer. Oh, my theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Relayed? Shouldn't it be relayed? The same as when I relayed it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could have only been dropped down the well during the show. We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion, and you can prove it? Of course you can! Who do you think you're up against? Yeah. What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. The final one? What? There's another updated autopsy report? Holy fuck, Edgeworth is so offended right now. She really is a very busy woman, busy looking after baby Weiner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Wait, that's my move! I'm supposed to update the autopsy! Simon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Gavel hasn't investigated the yard, which means I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident in that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? I think I just might. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body. Yeah. The body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. This is frustrating because it's technically true. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's technically all true. It's just, this is very frustrating.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that Mr. Carcerado simply failed to notice? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have not been, you have been through the secret passage, have you not? I noticed mud on you yesterday on that charming key in your hair, to be precise. That's incredible! You could be a great thief with eyes like that! Answer me truthfully in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present? You know, I guess I would have. There you have it, Mr. Carcerado did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see. Oh, she's technically not wrong. This is so weird. I have no objections I can throw at her. It's like... the statement is correct. This is so frustrating. The body could have... I don't understand. All I can do is press because I don't know what to present when she's technically not wrong.
Hold it!
What do you do? What do you do? Could you talk us through your reasoning? The day before the performance, Mr. Knights borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerado, or more specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerado crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body. That doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerado smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Carcerado had crawled through it. This is all right. Mr. Carcerado used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended, from which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. And who the culprit must be. Okay, wait. It's so frustrating. Even the word usage, I can't even... I was like, if she said the body could only have been thrown down, I could have object to the word thrown. But him being dropped down is like, technically correct. Come on.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Barry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show. And those who were not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their posts during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough, I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth that the killer could not only have been Simon Saint? Judge Gavel hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard. I know. I don't know where to grab her. Okay, I need to find a technicality here. Oh boy. The weights were replaced with the victim's body by someone. Maybe that wording I can go off of. The autopsy report we could also go off of here. Stab wound to the throat. Wound was 4 inches deep. She's not wrong. The only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show was Mr. Saint. Like, yes! Technically, but unknowingly? How do I... I'm mauling. I think I'm mauling. I'm gonna say, okay, I think this is the technicality here. The weights were replaced with the victim's body by someone. The someone is not Mr. Saint. So, I think that has to be it. But like, I hate how close this is in wording technicality. It's really frustrating.
Objection!
Wow. That's crazy. There's something else that you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do, just before he was about to be absent for some time. Here, I'm gonna give you guys this screen for a second. Enjoy her face. I'm just gonna go pee real quick, okay? blanket. Bask in her glory. I'm sure she was judging chat the entire time I was going to. Her lip gloss game is on point. I wasn't even looking. I didn't even notice. I guess. I guess. Just before he was about to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to the weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the
Objection!
Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage?
Hold it!
Oh my god. It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With the second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show. You're saying Miss Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the #1 most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, Even you must see all this looks. If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavel theorized, without these extra steps. Miss Berry? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Well, let's see. He had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform. So I don't think Simon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I'm doing wrong? What is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Oh god, this is still going. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell, but what would he do? Why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? It is pretty sus. Who says, okay, K. We've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of the absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight escape. I need some real solid evidence if I'm gonna get her to budge. I'm just gonna go for it.
Objection!
It didn't work. Do you believe there is something wrong with it? Well, no, nothing seems out of... You idiot! Well, that blew up in my face. Oh, it's the last one. Oh, I was on the wrong statement. same thing.
Objection!
Same thing, wrong statement. No? I guess we're not there yet. I kind of want to give her the map. Why do we still have this bracelet? Oh my god. We're not bluffing. Let's just see what they say. Oh, okay, this is kind of a weird workaround, but the only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simon. No. But saying the map, I don't know if it's gonna be right, but it's actually my best guess right now on how to move forward. So I'm gonna just present the map.
Objection!
Damn. Huh. I'll just
Hold it!
let's see if this is fruitful. You're certain nobody else had the opportunity? Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been
Hold
spotted.
it!
Mr. Saint was under that same scrutiny, was he not? The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe a special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Barry, he is the only person who is free to wander where he
Objection!
Seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor. Oh my god, they're fighting! Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edward. Then recall this fact. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who is free to walk around the prison, but there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison. A time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. This is what I tried to present before, but it didn't work. Oh, the security footage! I did the wrong one. I'm jumping ahead. I jumped ahead. One step at a time, Crystal. Rebutted by Mr. Weiner, of all people! That's gotta hurt. I have to go through it again.
Hold it!
I don't know if I can present. I think I have to go through this statement. I think oh my god.
Objection!
Objection! Overruled!
Overruled!
Oh my god, the fighting.
Take that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? We previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours, and from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It is completely possible to create a 3-hour gap using yes.
Take that!
Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened at around the time of the murder. Such a shame. To see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing! Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? It was kinda locked up tight, and the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Objection!
Oh, this is where Miles goes insane. One person. There it is! The music picked up, that's what I'm waiting for. That person, the killer, had easy access, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them. There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. It was Eustace Weiner.
Take that!
That's the person who had access to the key? Indeed, I can think of no other likely candidate. Mr. Edgeworth, the court grows tired of your bluffing. Kindly explain how this person could have possibly gained access to the key. I know who it was. Sorry, that was my bad. No one could have gotten hold of the key after all. Not so fast, Mr. Weiner. It was actually Kay fucking Faraday.
Take that! Overruled!
Now I'm sad.
Take that!
The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde. Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie woo? He's not just a pretty face. Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems that he's smelling something very sweet, again, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think that you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Warden Lagarde is the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Such a naughty boy. How can you suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? Wow. Okay, breaking the fourth wall. And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous. Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. Wait, what? What? We only have the breakers. This is our only solid evidence that she has access to it, and I'm confused. I have nothing else.
Take that!
What do you mean there's something else? Okay. What do I have in my court record that supports that? I don't recall having anything in my court record. The sweet scent, I mean...
Take that!
Okay. Here is your accuser. Wow, Missile is angry! The police dog. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Yeah, that's right! Get fucked by a dog, bitch! Darling, you're priceless. Really, you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. Oh. seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do, after all. She has the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed, and it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer. How could I possibly do such a thing? Here we go, the final boss. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break! Missile doesn't lie! Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean! I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I had just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, please stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo, and you know it. A boo-boo. I've made a boo-boo. Okay. You wouldn't have had to go through the prison, actually. I still only get these two. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll just go on this.
Hold it!
You have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. Oh, it just... Okay.
Hold it!
So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual? I can't say that I did. And you didn't notice anything missing? I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently and it was gone. Poof, just like that. She still has a job! If somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed. Seems like I'll need more than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office, and looking for something I'd misplaced. Even if I'd have reason to go to the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time.
Hold it!
Maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison, but what if you took another route? Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday I had no idea it even existed. You had another way in, I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. Finally! This is why I wanted to present the map earlier.
Take that!
Through the fence. You took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happened to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence, topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that, The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. And only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it. Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she even have reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now. If there's no record of Warden Lagarde having entered the prison proper, the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. If I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. Thanks, Fender. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warden Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr.
Objection!
Did we get it? You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection, but now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker with from the wrong side of the fence. Because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? An accomplice? She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo. The Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong! The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm if people go where... I see that you've realized your error. And we are, of course, within the prison guards. We're not only the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. No one noticed Mr. Carcerado's escape, despite all of that. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. So our accomplice must be human.
Overruled.
And who did it, given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is that there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted.
Take that!
A broken bracelet belongs to a certain proclaimed model prisoner. And who is this prisoner? Frank saw it, Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden, that he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while? That is pretty funky, and I don't mean it in a good way. Ew! Ew! The dog scarf thing is licking the sweat off of her Ew! Couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although, you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Well, you are Mechanist, was it? Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation! In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Solid himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in the crime. If the two of them have worked together, a certain road in the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Mr. Solid shut off the corresponding breakers. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. You still deny it? No, darling, you've got me. I admit it. Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! You got her! Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker, but we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, Sweetums, no, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear, I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all-merciful. You have but to confess and you shall be saved. All right, I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Canis, that awful assassin! How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. Not the dog, too. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs that are not confined to this fine institution. Very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Is that why she has an alligator? Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. Oh, okay, never mind. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have set my dogs on you or your precious family. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear, sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him to. You were smuggling in contraband. How exactly? Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Wow. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume. That's what the sweet smell was. It was a signal for Canis's dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Wouldn't have been easy keeping him from finding out. We're all very much creatures of habit here in the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We know that when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm, either. She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later, when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The goddess of justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool. I know I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. So Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. That's the secret behind the fixer's system and why she was... Whew. If I wasn't creeped out before, I sure as hell am now. Dude, Canis is really fucking creepy. That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly, I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything from the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. And I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games, too. No matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, you just can't comprehend it. The words of Warden Lagarde's confession have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there is no need to hound her any longer. There's definitely more! This conversation isn't over, and I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. Her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. And where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent that Warden Lagarde uses on signified delivery. What do you make of that? That's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcerado provided. His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. We've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. Finally! So we're actually done? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. We were never in court, so you have no jurisdiction here. Eddie? Eddie Fender? Yeah, buddy! I was waiting for him to make a move. He's been so quiet. Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Are you objecting to my adjourning this session? No. What a shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn, whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? Which, I mean, a square of chocolatey goodness, anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. We're in a courtyard. Ban that guy. A Simon Saint's lawyer, that is. Oh yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Thunder. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Yeah, it is about damn time. Been waiting for this moment. Damn, dude. Somehow I don't believe that you've worked a day in your life. Let's see, this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Thieves here has something more to tell us about the killer. See, as a major player on Team Simon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us who did. Come on, spill the beans! We're all here. Dude, the way that they shut off the music. I think it's actually funny. It seems like they're utilizing the music with him in a way where when he's actually being dead-ass serious, shit goes cold. Like, audio silent. It's like he's making a threat with the silence. It's really cool. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. She was trying. If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh? She saw her opportunity and seized it. No, Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair! I was all ready to prosecute him! I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice! Now Mr. Weiner has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course! How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have a way with words. Just doing my job, Fee. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all verity, darling. Do say you'll let me. Court is unadjourned. Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. You, me either. Thank you for your timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. Been leaning on you hard. Besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there. We can't foul this up now. That's all he gets? That's his moment? That's his cool moment. He's like, oh, I had my moment for this case, man. It was a heavy one-liner that I had. I gotta back out now. You know, I have a quota. I can only have a certain amount of cool moments every case, you see? So I've hit my quota. I gotta back out now. You're up to bat, Miles Schmiles. Miles McSmiles? Really? Miles, okay. Miles McSmiles, show him that never rest spirit. Fabulous. Let's get started. I really don't think anyone could have done it, but that dreadful man, Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes. I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If it weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would never have happened. And that's why I had to clean up this terrible mess. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. Ouch. I should just press first.
Hold it!
Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were on opposite ends of the facility? Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen. But Knight only arrived 2 days after he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time. And you don't know Canis, my dear. He'll find a way, I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That didn't work! Oh boy. Watch out, Malzo incoming! Oh! I could swear I saw my life flash before my eyes! I better try a different approach, oh my god! Oh my god, truly terrifying! Oh my god, being hugged by someone! Ah, the agony! Wow. That was hysterical.
Hold it!
True fear. My life flashed before my eyes. Someone dared to give me a hug. Oh. We all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think? Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway. They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think that you didn't know much about Knight. That's because I didn't, sweetie, and the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Candace used a chisel that was hidden in the chess set, don't you? Awful, grisly business. Just imagine the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. I'd like to hear about them in a little bit more detail, if you don't mind. I could chat with you all day. AO. Oh my god, did I get 2 more statements? Oh, Jesus. Oh god, what is this? I expect Candace used the chisel that was hidden in the chess set.
Hold it!
And which chess set would that be, precisely? The one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. But the naughty boy snuck in a chisel inside. Can you imagine? How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to certain deductions that we made. How did she find out? Of course, in the hands of a killer like Candace, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon. I feel like I can present like 3 different pieces of evidence here, and I'm not sure which one, honestly. Okay, Candace used the chisel that was hidden in the chess set. Do I present the board, or the chisel, or the correspondence? Which one is my best bet? I only have 1 more life! I could die right now! Candace used the chisel that was hidden in the chess set. So, I'm just gonna present the chess set. I think that's our best bet. Oh no, I don't. It's my best guess. I'm like 70% sure.
Objection!
Oh, thank God! Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than you imagine your project suggests. Your image. Oh, Mr. Edward, please call me Fi-Fi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. Well, aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Edworth is molding. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, don't let her get inside your head. You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight, in which case I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel. Of course I do, darling. Do you think that we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
We're not talking your way out. You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. This is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. Of course, that when Mr. Saint came in, we checked him. You find that hard to? I find that hard to believe because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Gavel, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? I did not. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival. Such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let prove. Precisely so, Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... It didn't... fuck. Oh, no. It's not coming out. It's not. Okay. There's no need to rub it in. You got me, all right? I questioned Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. Please, you have to believe me. I did not kill him. I did not kill him. This is a significant development, Warden. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding. You... Go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please tell the truth this time. Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We had just a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. It was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. I knew you'd understand, Verity, darling. Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Is everything okay, Crystal? No, I was dying! Duh! I said I questioned Knight, but he wasn't anything serious.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What? That guy honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry. Oh my god. En passant promoting a pawn. It seems that he spared no one from his obsession with chess. That's hilarious.
Hold it!
What did you and Knight speak about? Oh, nothing much. Just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animals he liked, what his hobbies were. His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess? Oh, yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about. She's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would be still alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Wonder, Warden Lagarde, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony. Do I just go for it? I'm a little scared, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna go for it. If I die, I die. Oh man, we living on 1 HP in a dream! Let's go! Woo! Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly what you said you saw, too. You didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell, too. What do you mean? Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. As you said, Mr. Candace had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. You also told us that you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew that he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Candace's henchman sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there, inside his chest, you found the hidden chisel. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing, Canis. You convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses, not objections. Judge Gavel, your verdict. Please, end this, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. Are we done, please? Bronco Knight was murdered. No. Shelly to kill her. The warden is Shelly to kill her, I'm telling you. It's a joke. It's all a big, stupid joke. You people just don't get it. Get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well. Thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. What is going on? You're just grasping at straws. I have no time for this, Your Honor. The verdict. Overruled. I'm curious as to what the warden has to say. You're dull, Verity. I just have one last thing to say, then, Mr. Edgeworth then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? We received the finalized version only this morning. I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Forgive me, oh goddess. I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now, What do we do? It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth will always come through. Right, sir? Looks like to me that Miles is throwing out of... Yeah, Milesatron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blur out the first thing blowing thing that comes to you. Look, Detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy, but without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. We can't give up. We have to do something. I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility? Oh, come on. We still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. We must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved.
Objection!
Oh! Fender objection. Oh, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Nope, nope, not me. Nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? What is the real murder weapon, since it clearly is not the chisel? I found it. This question throws everything we've deduced out of the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. Come on, Edgeworth. The stake. Come on. What? What do you mean you can't think of anything? Use your dumbass smart brain, bitch! Loath as I am to admit it, you can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simon's counting on us. Without us, remember how upset he was? He was devastated. There's no way he did it, but if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Gee, Miles, your little buddy there is quite the motivational speaker. She's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around to save his client. Aww. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simon's counting on you. Oh. Judge Gavel. You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. If you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good. I have put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? She said my theories were misguided. The court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby... Mr. Edgeworth! Give my verdict. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. There we go.
Objection!
That's my objection, Miles Edgeworth. I think it's a little too soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed. Oh, she mad. She mad. I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmet, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors make Mr. Canis the obvious suspect. And again, Mr. Edgeworth, you seem almost proud of your plot.
Hold it!
He wasn't done talking, bitch! Let him stop! Let him keep talking! But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking that the chisel is the murder weapon. Why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? You took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Weiner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Why are you asking him? Why does he fucking matter? Edgeworth, why are you talking to him? That Mr. Canis is the killer? Oh, he's saying it because it's proving that even a dumbass could come up with a solution. Oh my god. He's proving a point. Oh my god! I love Miles Edwards so much! Oh my god! And there you have it. Use the dumbass of the room to prove my point. Oh my god! And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Miles Edwards! Oh god, I love him. I love him so much. Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Yeah, use a Captain Dumbass for the whole case. Oh my god. That was her plan right from the start. To free Bully Armacanis. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it, the real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you are at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that. I'm glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does? Oh, he's treating him like a dumbass! Oh, God! He's like treating him like he's in grade school! Oh, good job, sweetie. You know what a metal detector is. Wow, that's crazy. Do you know what it does? Yeah. Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal. Wow, good job. Which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh. Oh, Jesus. I love Miles Edwards. At this point in the case, he knows that, like, it's, Judge Gavel who purposely did the misleading because she's working together with the warden to cover it up, and like he knows that Eustace was appointed, so he's purposely using Eustace Weiner as the dumbass scapegoat to prove a point to Judge Gavel, and that's so great. Dude, he's so good. He's so good. Oh, I love Miles Edgeworth. Nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gavel. What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there's another murder weapon here in the prison, you will... What? Don't scare me. You will also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set, but our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. The question of the hour is this: can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden Lagarde used get into the prison? fact that this here... Wait. The fact that this is here with... The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility. Huh? Oh god, my train of thought was wrong? I was assuming that it was the very big circus. No? Wait. I thought she was using that. Oh wait. Okay. Oh god, this game threw me off. I'm about to get a game over. That flashback wasn't what I was expecting. That has nothing to do with what I was thinking. I was so convinced it was the steak, but what the fuck does this mean? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation. Everything related to Canis is with me. Heaven knows how many times I've called the secret of Scout. What? The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object... Oh, are you talking about the chisel in the first place? I mean, yes?
Take that!
Oh my god, it's not it. How? Even a metal item would have been... Before you congratulate yourselves any further, would you care to explain your thinking? You mean you can't use that at all? Mr. Edgeworth, I believed in you! Well, we get to see the game over play out. It can't end like this, and yet, there's nothing more I can do! He loses his badge. Oh my god. Oh, we don't even get to see that? Oh. I was hoping she would be like, I hereby strip Miles Edgeworth of his badge! I'd hate to let her down again, so let's see here. The fact that this is here. Mr. Saint's trick.
Take that!
I'm still caught up on the very big that weren't things that weren't brought in by a visitor. So things that were brought in by Hi, it's me, Captain Dumbass.
Take that!
That was definitely an overshot. That was a true shot in the dark there.
Take that!
There we go. That makes sense. Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence, Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. Mr. Canis's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell that was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. Can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was a murder weapon and then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? Oh. Bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up. Unlucky for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique because there are only 2 of them in existence. By attaching that bell to the chisel, you're as good as declared yourself the killer. You don't even have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with. I don't, not yet, anyway. Mr. Weiner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. But if you do find something that's gonna make things awkward for me. Yeah, it will, won't it? This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, but, you know, this worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had the investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyway, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she would do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without the evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I've never been this reckless. I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Yes. Aw, yeah, Miles Edgeworth. Let's fucking go. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Can you go like 2 seconds without thinking about him in the background? You son of a fucking gay bitch. Alright. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what, exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. Not at all. Oh my god, we're actually bluffing! I'm so proud of Miles Edgeworth! He took a page out of Phoenix's book. If I did not know better, I would say that you're bluffing. You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Oh shit. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles. Think. Somewhere, not even the police would search. A blind spot in this zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. same trick. No, that's ridiculous, isn't it? The more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Allie! Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right. But if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Man, this is what it feels like to be Phoenix Wright, isn't it? This is where the real murder weapon is hidden. Right here, with Mr. Alley the Alligator.
Take that!
In the yard. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? They really want to make sure that you know. He's right there, Your Honor. He's right there. Look at those pearly whites. Look at those teeth, man.
Take that!
That's what it must have been. The poor gator didn't deserve this. The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel. Didn't we just figure out that that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. No way! We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gavel, we need to know what's inside that alligator. We will need to summon a veterinarian. I'm sure I could get this little sweetie open for us. I'd be happy to give it a try. Please, by all means. She just stood there. She just fucking stood there. She just fucking stood there! The real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess! As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Sir, we got it! This has to be it! It's over, Fi-Fi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Canis's knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. I'm not the criminal here! This is all Canis's doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was Canis's lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything! Curse him! Curse that pitiful, pitless butcher! That awful, terrible, despicable man! Holy shit. Okay. Oh god. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, her coat was made up of dogs! What the fuck? What the hell? What the, that's fucked up. That is so, is that animal abuse? I'm pretty sure that is. That is definitely animal abuse. What the fuck? You just, okay. Okay. Prosecutor Weiner. Prosecutor Weiner, sir, the test results have just come back. Weiner, guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood was found on Mr. Canis's knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Yeah. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. The Weiner wins again. I'm welling up a little. With rage? Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We've yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. Oh, it will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? There's clueless, and then there's you. Well, then I guess we'd better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the Weiner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir, I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time! I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. It's the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that?
My favorite part about this case is when Eustace Winter said it's winning time and went all over the place.
He did. He winned all over the place. He even ran in the wrong direction. You do not have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We're all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must be prepared to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? You're not gonna take it. You're not gonna. I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Can I hit her? With her own gavel? Please? Judge Gavel is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? No! Thank you so much for the $2 super chat! 5-5 more like hee hee, she lost. Got him. Simon, you're out! Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah. But I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came in and said I was free to go and that I had Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no, no, stop staring at me like that! I'm innocent, I swear, don't pull the rug out for me now! Stop it, silly, it's true, he saved you, so say thanks already. Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me too. Okay. Mr. Saint talking directly to me, small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask you one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure, I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now... But now? It's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that for me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't! If he had just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves that Knight trusted him. Oh no. It's gotta be the chess thing, right? Yeah, it's gotta be.
Take that!
Okay. It's a chest that I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. You meant he was using me? No, he believed in you. He knew that he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping that he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. Oh! Bronco! Why didn't you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simon? I'm sure he does. He might not show it, but Simon's no dummy. A good night's sleep in, he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I'll try. I have to for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. That's so creepy though. Actually, that's creepy. I hate this animation. Make it stop. No. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. Oh no, there he is. There's Max Galactica right on the cover. Oh god. Oh god, it's him. I'd love it if you come, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh Jesus. Oh jeez, no, not Max Galactica. That's right! The Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town! You'll have oodles of fun! Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go! Well, I'll think about it. Alright, Simon, we've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. It's Billy Bob Jones. Good old Billy Bob. Please, Regina, anything but that, please! Another satisfied customer. He's clapping for me. Thanks, Fender. That was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Ah, stop it. Pat me on the back, honey, harder, and you're gonna make me blush or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously, Miles, my friend? I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? Child, same thing. That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. So, yeah, definitely, okay. Fender says that he's always serious. He's only ever serious when the music cuts off. I've learned that. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. How do I take this? How do I take this comment? Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time? Oh, he's serious. The music went off. He's serious. Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side, all the rage. Light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender. You know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. The heck you were! Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender, I'm a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. I hate it when the music goes off now with him. Low-key? Kinda creepy. He's serious. Why is that actually really scary? Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Holy shit. Following my father's footsteps. Oh. Could I really do such a thing? I'm gonna become a defense attorney just like my dad. Oh, little bow tie baby Miles. An attorney like my father. Me? Oh. Oh. I'm gonna die. Chat, I can't. I'm gonna cry. Alright, we gotta stop here, y'all, obviously. It's been a long stream, but hey, we made it through case 2. So, now, we end the stream, and we do case 3 starting on Wednesday. Reminder, Monday, Wednesday, Friday are Investigations 2 streams, and then Tuesday and Thursday are Kingdom Hearts. That's going to be the schedule for the next few weeks here. So, on that note, I will leave you guys to it. I will close the game here. And, yeah, you guys have a fantastic evening, all right? And remember, don't be stupid. Bye, everybody. Thank you guys for watching.